Hello, and good morning, everyone, to the second day of the second test of India's tour of South Africa. My name is Leah. And yes, what a day it has been yesterday. We saw 23 wickets tumble in what can only be described as absolute carnage. There were some very, very interesting things happening. For the second time ever in the history of Test cricket, a batsman in his farewell test was dismissed twice in a single day, which is, of course, Dean Elgar. We have had a first in all of Test cricket history, and that is India losing their final 6 wickets for exactly 0 runs. That has never happened before. It has been a very low scoring affair thus far. Let's recap what happened on day 1. We had South Africa winning the toss, electing to bat on, what has been assessed as a really green pitch leading up to the test. Then there were cracks developing on day 1. And South Africa were bowled out for 55, the highest score in the South African innings, being a 15 from Carl Verheyen. Second highest score, a 12 from David Bedingham, and tied in third place were Kagiso Rabada and extras with 5. The destroyer-in-chief for India during their first bowling innings was Mohammad Siraj, who took 6 for 15, which are his best bowling figures in an innings in Test cricket. His previous best was 5 for 60, if I remember correctly. Bumrah and Mukesh Kumar also taking wickets. Only Prasidh Krishna being unlucky, taking no wickets from his 4 overs. And in reply, India also had a very bizarre innings. We have had only 4 batsmen scoring any runs. Rohit Sharma making 39, Shubman Gill making 36, and Virat Kohli top scoring for India with 46. The only other batsman to score was KL Rahul. We had 6 ducks and Mukesh Kumar on not out to end the innings. As I said, India collapsed from 153 for 4 to 153 all out. Rabada, Ngidi and Burger taking 3 wickets each. Mohammad Siraj was run out, so the South African bowling attack only took 9 wickets. That meant that South Africa would have to bat again on day 1, being 98 runs in the hole. And after electing to bat first, South Africa ended the day on 62 for 3. Still 36 runs behind. This time around, the openers at least made a better fist of things. Aiden Markram is not out on 36. Dean Elgar, the other opener, was dismissed twice in the day. He was dismissed for 12 in the second innings. De Zorzi and Stubbs both got out for 1, and at the crease at the moment for South Africa, continuing the innings this morning are then Aiden Markram on 36 and David Bedingham on 7. The most successful Indian bowler in the second innings was Mukesh Kumar, who took 2 wickets for 25 runs, the other wicket falling to Bumrah. Well, I guess we will have to address the 600-pound gorilla in the room, the pitch. Much has been made of the conditions of the pitch. If this is a below average or subpar or even dangerous pitch, and I'm a bit torn on that, because yes, it is a very difficult pitch to bat on, it seems, but Sharma, Gill and Kohli both surpassed 30 on it, and I'm always hard pressed to call a pitch that has been prepared by the home board, by the home curators, in a relatively extreme way, be it very spin friendly in India, or like this one here in Cape Town, where there is a lot of seam movement, there is a lot of swing, and the home team then failing on it. Is it really pitch doctoring, or I don't know. I don't know what to say, because generally pitch doctoring implies that the pitch is prepared in such a way as to give the home team an unfair advantage. And obviously, here in this match, the pitch did not provide the home team with an unfair advantage, because they couldn't figure out how to bat on it against this Indian attack that was much better, granted, than in the first test, where they were very, very erratic, couldn't find their lines, couldn't find their length. And here they have been executing their plans much, much better than in the first test. And I think another factor here is that Rohit Sharma has been doing the captaincy tactics thing absolutely spot on. Very attacking fields all throughout. At least 2 slips to every batsman. 3 slips and a gully whenever a new batsman came in, which was frequently. And yeah, Mohammad Siraj was just irresistible during India's innings. And then, of course, there was this ludicrous passage of play towards the end of India's first innings, where 6 wickets fell for no runs scored. Very, very funny was the fact that both Ravindra Jadeja and Jasprit Bumrah played basically exactly the same innings, survived their first ball from Rabada, made for a dot, and then nicked off to Jansen at second slip. Both of them exactly the same way, off the shoulder of the bat, looped up, Jansen took it, gone for a duck. Both of them. It was highly entertaining, and of course people will moan about this being bad for test cricket, because 2-day tests are not good for cricket or for test cricket. And while I would in principle agree with that. This was just funny yesterday, and it was highly entertaining. So I think my main problem with this test, maybe or probably having a result today, is that there is no third test in this series. But we will have to wait to discuss this further, as the day's play is starting at Newlands in Cape Town, South Africa. As I said, resuming on 62-4-3. Aiden Markram and David Bedingham being the batsman. And to begin day 2, we have David Bedingham facing up to Jasprit Bumrah. First delivery is a dot. There are 3 slips and a gully for Bedingham, and his second shot is an uppercut above the slips that runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. First 4 of the day. It's kind of a top edge from Bedingham, who was trying to uppercut it, got an upper edge, a top edge to it, and it flew over the slips. Third delivery, Bumrah right arm over the wicket, and Bedingham can only guide that towards third slip. Bounces in front of third slip. No chance of a catch there. South Africa now trailing by 32 runs. They still have 7 wickets in hand. We have Kohli at first slip and Gill at second, as Bumrah is coming in right arm over the wicket to Bedingham, and that one beats Bedingham's outside edge as he plays a very straight defensive attempt, but his bat comes down inside the line of the ball and there is no run. Fifth ball of the over, Bumrah is coming in over the wicket. This one is on a length and Bedingham pushes that off his hip into the leg side where it is fielded, and there is no run. South Africa remain on 66-3. Final delivery of the first over of the day from Bumrah, and he comes in over the wicket, and this one is on a length outside of stump, and Bedingham tries a drive and the ball moves just a fraction away from him. He gets an outside edge and he is caught by KL Rahul behind the stumps. Yes, that is undoubtedly out. There is a deviation of the bat and Rahul takes a step to his right, extends his arms and takes it very, very cleanly, and David Bedingham has gone for 11. He has outcaught Rahul bowled Bumrah. He faced 12 balls, which means he was going along at a strike rate of 91.66, and South Africa are now 66-4, still trailing by 32 runs. That should bring in Kyle Verreynne at number 6 for South Africa. And it is indeed Kyle Verreynne. He is 26 years of age. He has played 16 matches thus far. His average is 26.86 and his high score is 136 not out, which is also his only Test century so far. It came in a match versus New Zealand in 2022 at Christchurch. And he will have to do a job here because after him there is only Janssen. Then it is into the tail with Maharaj, Rabada. Ngidi, I think, batted at number 10. Let me see. Janssen, Maharaj, Rabada, Burger, and Ngidi. Yes. So, that wicket came off the last ball of the 18th over of the second South African innings. And Mukesh Kumar is continuing, and Markram takes a single off his first delivery. The second one, Verreynne leaves alone. There are hands on heads, as that almost hit his stumps. Rahul takes it cleanly behind the wickets to his left. That was relatively close, but Verreynne survives. Mukesh Kumar is up to his mark again. There seems to be a bit of a discussion going on. I guess it's regarding the field settings. Verreynne has relaxed a bit, is not taking guard. Mukesh is in conference with Rohit. Siraj is coming in. Prasidh Krishna is also there. I don't know what's going on. I think there is discussion about the state of the pitch. At the bowling crease, there seems to be quite a dent. Yes. There's quite a bad patch where the bowler's front foot lands, and they might have to repair that. There's an umpire. There are two umpires now talking to the Indian players. And a match official on the boundary seems to be talking to members of the ground staff. Rohit looking at the hole in the ground at the bowling crease, at the crease where the bowler's front foot tends to land. Well, as we have a bit of a delay currently, may I remind you that you may get in touch with me over on Twitter. There's the Twitter handle, or you can always use the YouTube chat. I will be monitoring both social media channels throughout the events of the day, however long they will last. Yes. So what are your thoughts on the match so far? Oh, give me a second. There seems to be some development at the ground. There is a member apparently of the ground staff coming in. He's holding a picture of something. It's some gray substance. I don't think it's merely sawdust. No, it seems to be some sort of sand or there is some sawdust. There is a member of ground staff pounding the crease with a hammer. Let's see what happens here. Yes, according to Cricinfo, the landing area is being flattened. While Rohit apparently told Mukesh Kumar to just keep bowling, which is not happening. Now this is interesting. Now there's an Indian bowler pounding the landing area. Who's that? I couldn't see it because he's prone. Is it Bumrah? No. Might actually have been Jasprit Bumrah in a white floppy hat with sunglasses, pounding down on the landing area for the bowlers. No, it's not Jasprit Bumrah because he's wearing a blue cap. I don't know who it was. Couldn't see it, as Mukesh Kumar is continuing, and this one is on the hips of Kal Verreynne, and it is clipped into the leg side where it is fielded at backward square leg, and they take a single. Markram back onto strike. South Africa 68 for 4. The deficit now down to 30. Mukesh back in, right arm over the wicket to Markram, and that one is cut. Behind Gully, and they take another single. Markram on 38, Verreynne back on strike. He's on 1. Mukesh Kumar with figures of 2 for 28 from 6.4 overs. Mukesh back in, right arm over the wicket, and Verreynne gets an inside edge that misses both the stumps and KL Rahul's gloves, and it runs away to a very fine leg to the boundary for 4 runs. And South Africa are 73 for 4, trailing by 25 runs. Verreynne on 5 of 3. He is on strike for the final delivery of Mukesh's 7th over, and he comes in. Right arm over the wicket. This one bounces, and there is an attempted pull by Karl Verreynne. He can't get that much bat on it. Looks like he got a top edge, but it falls safely in the leg side, into the leg side, and South Africa take a couple. 75 for 4 now. 9 runs of that Mukesh Kumar over. Current run rate is 3.95, but that is mostly irrelevant as this is only the 4th. The 4th session of the test, and all in all there are 6 wickets standing for South Africa. They are still behind by 23 runs, and since the conditions don't seem to have changed that much from yesterday, my expectation is a resumption of the carnage we saw yesterday. We have currently, I will be doing this first session solo probably, because we have a sick day for Jess, who was planning on coming on for at least the first session, but she's sick, so from me here, get well soon, Jess. If this game lasts beyond lunch, we might get Adit back. But let's take it one step at a time, and let's see where this one goes, as Jasprit Bumrah is back into the attack for his 8th over of the innings. Markram defends his first 2 deliveries of the over for dots. 3rd delivery, Bumrah right arm over the wicket. This one is a bit shorter and wide, and it passes Markram at about hip height, and he holds his bat high in the air, leaves that one outside the off stump, and there is no run again. Bumrah in for the 4th delivery of his over. Bumrah right arm over the wicket. Again, on a 4th stump line, and this time Markram cuts it, but that one is fielded by Deep Point, and they take a single. So Verreynne now having to face 2 deliveries from Bumrah to survive the over. Potentially having to face 2 deliveries, I should say. It's another relatively aggressive field. The only fielders outside the ring are Deep Point and Deep Fine Leg. There are 3 slips, a gully, mid on, mid off. Here we go. Bumrah in, right arm over the wicket, and mid on, that is Mohammad Siraj, is coming around to collect that ball that was clipped by Verreynne into the leg side. And they take a single. Let's see if we have anyone with us. Not yet on YouTube. Nothing on Twitter as well. Bumrah in for the final delivery of his over, and there is an appeal from Bumrah for LBW against Markram. This one is probably a bit high as it struck Markram at least above the knee roll, if not on the thigh pad. And I think Rohit Sharma is saying the same. He's gesturing to Bumrah height. I would think as the DRS timer is ticking down, and nope, there is no review. Rohit makes a probably correct decision, as the replays show that this would indeed have missed the stumps, would have missed the top of off. The line was good, the height was a bit too high, and Aiden Markram survives. South Africa 77 for 4. Mukesh now continuing, and the first one is pushed out into the offside by Verreynne. He's pushing this one past point for a single. Markram back onto strike. South Africa 78 for 4. The deficit is now 20 runs. And this match is now has the second most wickets to fall on day one. The one with 25 wickets to fall on the first day was a test between Australia and England in Melbourne. But it was over 100 years ago. It was in 1902. 221 runs scored that day. 270 were scored yesterday here. And on the third delivery of Mukesh's over, there almost is a chance, as Markram attempts a drive, but there is too much seam movement away from him from Mukesh, and he misses the outside edge, and there is no run. Next one from Mukesh is onto Markram's hips, and he guides it down to fine leg, where Bumrah runs around, tries to field it, can't stop it as it runs into the boundary. It's also a no ball, and Bumrah is hopping away from that boundary very, very gingerly. Hopefully he's not hurt. Not the most elegant slide, trying to save a couple runs there. Next one is driven to point where Jadeja runs around, stops it, and keeps Markram to 2 runs. South Africa 85 for 4. Next one, Mukesh right arm over the wicket to Markram, and this again bounces high, seems to hit Markram on the gloves. Let's have a look at the replay. Yes, it seems to have hit Markram on the gloves. There is no run as he is examining his fingers. Final delivery now, and there is another inseamer to Markram, to Verreynne, but this time it is left alone. No, it was Markram. My TV graphics switch the batsman before the ball is even taken by the keeper. I don't know why they're doing this. Do that between overs. Anyway, there is no run. South Africa 85 for 4. Markram on 45. Verreynne on 9. The deficit now 13 as Bumrah continues and Verreynne tries to pull that. It gets a top edge. It is ballooning up into the air where a fielder comes around, takes it, no problem. It's Mohammad Siraj at mid-on taking the easiest of catches. Running back and with safe hands takes it in front of his chest, and Kyle Verreynne has to go for 9. He has faced 7 balls. His strike rate is 128.6. He's out caught Siraj, bowled Bumrah, and the Indians will feel that they are into the tail now, as the next batsman in is Keshav Mahara. No, I'm sorry. It's Marco Jansen. Should be Marco. Yes, Marco Jansen. Jansen is coming in at number 7 for South Africa. Sorry, I forgot that Jansen is in this team. He definitely the last recognized batsman. In this South African lineup. Even though his average of 24.38 is probably not what you want from your last recognized batsman. He is coming in. He has the massive protection on his left forearm. And as we said yesterday, interestingly enough, South Africa chose to drop Keegan Petersen, a recognized top order batsman, for this match to include the spinner Keshav Maharaj in his stead, thus shortening their batting lineup considerably, as Jansen is facing up to Bumrah. First one is clipped into the leg side. He seems to have played it onto his own pad, as there is an appeal from the Indians, as no one really cares about fielding the ball, thus allowing South Africa to steal a quick single. Janssen is kneeling near the non-striker's end now. But there is no interest in any review. Markram now, and he is guiding that to deep backward point. They take another single. The deficit is 11 runs and South Africa have 5 wickets in hand. Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, and this is defended by Janssen. There is a no run. Very straight bat from Janssen, and the ball dribbles past the non-striker on the onside, where mid-on comes around, stops it, but no one is interested in taking a run there. Fifth delivery, Bumrah in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is played out to square leg by Janssen. Another dot ball. Janssen remains on 1 of 3. Markram is on 46. He is within reach of the first half century of this match here. But first, Janssen has to face the final delivery of Bumrah's over, and this one is cut by Janssen, and it is cut all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. He is now on 5 of 4. South Africa 91 for 5, and the deficit is in single digits. It is now 7 runs. Very good cut from Janssen, that. As Mukesh continues, this time to Markram, and this one rises on Markram, and he plays it, he tries to play it with a very straight bat. Mukesh beats his outside edge though, not by much, and Rahul has to jump and take that one over his head, and there is no run. There is still quite a bit of movement available for the paceman here for India. Mukesh in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is guided down towards third man. The fielder Jadeja again coming around from a deep point, and Markram takes a couple, and this means that Markram now is the highest scorer of the match with 48 runs to his name. His half century is within his grasp here. Mukesh in for his third delivery of his 9th over. Right arm over the wicket to Markram, and this is a drive that dissects the field that is set there by Rohit Sharma, and it runs away to the boundary, and that is it. Markram is on 52. This is the first half century of the match. South Africa 97 for 5. The deficit is just 1. It's Markram's 11th test 50. It took him 68 deliveries. He has been out there for almost 2 hours now. And Mukesh is in, right arm over the wicket. This one is bowled onto the pads, and Markram defends, jams down his bat in front of the pads. The ball is deflected back into the pitch, and there is no run. Fifth delivery of Mukesh's 9th over, right arm over the wicket to Markram, on a line between off and 4th stump, on a length, and it is defended into the offside by Markram. There is no run though, and the deficit remains 1. Final delivery of Mukesh's 9th over coming up now. Here we come, right arm over the wicket, bowled on a length outside the off stump on a 4th stump line. Markram lets that go as it nibbles in a bit towards the stump, but no danger there. Bit of a risky leave that. I would say, seeing how much movement all the bowlers get. It's not just Bumrah. Mukesh is getting a good bit of movement off the pitch, off the seam in this innings, and I'm not sure if it is that wise to leave these deliveries alone with a raised bat by Markram. Anyway, here is Bumrah again, this time to Verreynne, who can only defend that out into the offside where it is fielded at forward point. And there is no run. Second delivery of Bumrah's over. Right arm over the wicket, and this is squeezed off an outside edge between third slip and gully. Jadeja at gully, he comes around to field it, but South Africa take a couple. Jansen moves on to 7, and South Africa have taken the lead. They are now setting India a target. That target right now is 1. Third delivery of Bumrah's over coming up. Right arm over the wicket, and there is kind of a half appeal from Bumrah, as this one is on a length outside the off stump, and it just barely beats Jansen's very straight edge. Curves away after passing the batsman. Rahul takes it though, and there is no run. Fourth delivery coming up. Bumrah, right arm over the wicket to Jansen, who loops that off an outside edge over the slips cordon where it runs down to the boundary at third man. No fielder there. Janssen gets another boundary. 11 runs off 8 now. The lead is 5. Also, South Africa are bringing up triple figures for the first time in this match. 103 for 6. The fielder is jumping, trying to catch that. No chance though. Bumrah in, right arm over the wicket, and that one is very, very full and hit uppish by Janssen. Straight back to Bumrah, who takes a caught and bowled, and Janssen has to go for 11. South Africa 103 for 8. The lead is 5. And India are into the tail now. Let's have a look at the replay here. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket. Janssen gets under it and Bumrah takes it in front of his navel. That is out. No chance. That is one of the cleanest caught and bowls I have ever seen. Janssen has to go for 11. He has faced 11 balls. He is out caught and bowled Bumrah. And that brings Keshav Maharaj out into the middle. He has to survive one delivery in this Jasprit Bumrah over. Bumrah's 10th in the innings. South Africa have a lead of 5 with 4 wickets in hand. Maharaj in his 50th test match. He has batted in 80 innings. He averages 15.51. He has no tons. His best is an 84 versus Bangladesh in 2022 at Berkha. 450s though. Let's see what he can do here against Bumrah, who is 1 away from his 5-fer here. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket, on a length outside the off stump, nibbling into Maharaj, who defends it nervously down into the pitch, and there is no run. South Africa end the 24th over on 103 for 6. 6 runs, 1 wicket coming off this 24th over. Maharaj on none, Markram on 52, first half century of this match for either team. Jasprit Bumrah with figures of 4 for 43 from 10 overs. He's 1 away from his 5-fer. Let's see what is happening. If you want to get in touch with me, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use Twitter. There is the Twitter handle. I will be monitoring both those social media feeds throughout the action of the day. Mukesh is coming back in for his 10th over, and the first one to Aiden Markram is outside, on a length outside the off stump, and that one is left alone by Markram. There is no run. Yes, sorry everyone that you have to make do with me alone. We've had a sick day from Jess today. If this drags on past lunch, we might get added. But I really can't see this going any longer, lasting any longer than tea today. Next one from Mukesh is left by Markram again after he looked like he was contemplating a drive. But he stopped his swing, raised his bat, and there is no run. Lead remains on 5. There are 2 slips and a gully for Markram. Next one is driven powerfully by Markram. Deep point runs around Jadeja, it is. Throws it back into the middle. It is fumbled by KL Rahul. South Africa are briefly considering taking another run off the overthrow, then decide against it. Probably a good decision, as there is backup for the overthrow. South Africa 104 for 6. Mukesh coming in right arm over the wicket, and this one is driven by Maharaj, and the fielder, it misses the fielder who gives chase. He can stop it inside the boundary, but not before South Africa take 3. So 3 runs to Keshav Maharaj, who gets off strike, leaving Markram to potentially face the 2 remaining deliveries of Mukesh's 10th over. Next one is Fuller outside the off stump, but Markram leaves this one alone as well. And there is no run. The lead is now 9. Markram on 53, facing up to the final delivery of Mukesh Kumar's 10th over. This one is too short, and Markram pulls it aerially over the infield, and it plucks into the outfield, runs into the boundary, and that is 4 runs to Aiden Markram. South Africa on Nelson for 6, 111 for 6. 8 runs of this Mukesh Kumar over, Aiden Markram on 57, Keshav Maharaj on 3, and the lead is 13 runs. As we are seeing a replay, Aiden Markram gets full hold of it. The ball comes off the meat of the bat, flies away to the leg side boundary. No fielder close to it. That is 4 runs for Aiden Markram. And Bumrah to continue. He's still looking for his fifer. He is bowling to Maharaj. This one is full and on an off-stump line, but it nips away quite a little bit, and it misses Maharaj's edge as he jams the bat down, and there is no run. Bumrah in for the second delivery of his 11th over. And this one is a Yorker, and somehow Maharaj gets the bat down, but he plays down the wrong line. It takes an outside edge, and it is taken very low to the ground, very low down at gully by Shreyas Iyer. That's a fifer for Jasprit Bumrah. Looks almost like an attempt at a cut from Maharaj. He gets an outside edge though, and it is taken by Iyer in the gully. He is gone for 3. Caught Iyer, bowled Bumrah. South Africa 111 for 7, and that should bring Kagiso Rabada to the wicket at number 9. Yes, indeed, it is Kagiso Rabada at 9. South Africa have 3 wickets in hand. They lead by 13 runs, and yes, I really can't see this lasting really anything beyond lunch. Rabada's average in tests is 11.58. His highest score is a 47, which was versus New Zealand in 2022 at Christchurch. As I'm looking at YouTube, and we have Brian in Brisbane with us. Morning all, in the office today, so I'll be in and out of your coverage. Yeah, Brian, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't think there will be that much coverage today, as South Africa are down 7 wickets, 3 in hand, and their lead is 13. Jasprit Bumrah has just taken a fifer. It is his 9th fifer in tests, and there are 4 slips for Kagiso Rabada, the left-hander, as Bumrah comes in right arm around the wicket, and it is played out into the onside by Rabada, who takes a single to get himself off strike. Let's see what Aiden Markram is going to do here. He is now definitely batting with the tail. He will have to hog the strike as much as he can. Let's see. Well, Bumrah coming in right arm over the wicket to Markram now, who gets one off the outside edge that evades the slip cordon. It is fielded at deep third man, and South Africa take another single. Interestingly enough, Markram seems to be confident that Rabada can survive potentially 2 deliveries from Jasprit Bumrah. Still to come in this over. No, they didn't take a single. Okay. Looked like they did. Markram is still on strike. Very defensive field, denying him the single. I don't know why. And there is a straight drive from a Markram that evades mid-on. And they take a boundary for that one. That is 4 runs. Markram on 61 now. South Africa's lead is 18. And the next one is a single of the final delivery of Bumrah's over. Yes, I was wondering why would Markram take a single there. Off the 4th ball. Didn't make any sense. Didn't make any sense. So, after 26 overs, South Africa are 117 for 7. 6 runs and 1 wicket off this 26th over. And we have Aiden Markram on 64 and Kagiso Rabada on 1 out in the middle for South Africa, as India's hero of the first innings of South Africa returns. Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack for his 6th over. Here's figures of none for 11 thus far. First ball is full and on the pads of Aiden Markram, who clips that into the leg side. And yes, they have taken a couple. Rabada is back on the non-striker's end. Markram moves on to 64, extending South Africa's lead beyond 20. It is 21 now. That's a very fine shot from Markram. And next one from Siraj is in the slot to Markram, who plays a lofted on drive and gets a very well deserved boundary for that shot. That looked beautiful. 4 runs for Aiden Markram, 123 for 7. The lead is now 25. Next one is cut away by Markram as Siraj bowls a bit too short and wide outside the off stump. Jadeja in the outfield is running and sliding after it. Cannot prevent the boundary though. Another 4 runs for Aiden Markram. South Africa 127 for 7. The lead is 29 runs here. This is a very uncharacteristic misfield from Ravindra Jadeja, who is known as a gun fielder for a reason. Next one from Siraj is well too short, and it is hooked by Aiden Markram down to fine leg, where it is fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. They take a single off the 4th delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 6th over, and Rabada now has to survive up to 2 deliveries from Siraj, who is coming apparently around the stumps to the left-handed Rabada. Yes, this is... Oh, he's pulling out of his run-up. The ball is declared dead. I do not know why. What's the reason? Did he lose his run-up there? Didn't look like the batsman wasn't ready. Siraj, right arm around the wicket to Rabada, who defends this one to mid on. And there is no run. Rabada's on 1 of 2, Markram on 73. South African lead is 30 now, as they are 128 for 7. Final delivery of Siraj's over, and that one is kept out by Rabada, fielded inside the ring, and there is no run. Score remains on 128 for 7. The lead is 30, and that is drinks. And as I am doing this solo, I will take a very short break, and I will be back with you in no time. See you in a couple minutes. And we are back into the action. Jasprit Bumrah is continuing his 12th over. He is bowling to Aiden Markram. And the first ball is defended by Markram and there is no run. South Africa remain on 128 for 7. The lead still 30. Bumrah continuing over the wicket. There are 2 slips for Markram and a gully. And this one is played out to mid-on. There is again no run. Bumrah twitching a bit on his way back to his run-up. He has a deep backward point, a deep point, gully, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg, as well as 2 slips. He has figures of 5 for 49, his 9th fifer in tests as he continues over the wicket. And this one is dropped by KL Rahul. It was bouncing very high. Markram was trying to uppercut that. Looked like Rahul got the finger on it. Dropped it though. And Markram gets alive here. Yes, he was trying to cut it over the slips. Got an edge to it. Rahul got a finger to it. Couldn't get a hold of it though. Dropped it. Kohli at first slip was trying to take the relay catch, but he was too far away. Markram gets alive on 73. Despite the dominant position that India have in this match, those chances should not go to waste from KL Rahul here. Yes, there was a definite nick top edge and Rahul didn't have his gloves together. Got only his right hand to it. The left hand coming a fraction of a second later, trying to secure the ball, couldn't get it, and it dropped. And the next one is a single to mid-off as Bumrah fails to field the ball that Markram played straight back to him. A single to Markram. Rabada now on strike for the final delivery of Bumrah's 12th over. The lead is 31 as we are seeing fans on the banking applying sunscreen to the necks of their spouses or friends. Bumrah right arm around the wicket into Rabada, and there is an appeal for LBW. The umpires are not interested though. Seems to have hit Rabada at or above the knee roll. Maybe also an inside edge. No one is that interested in it. No one is seriously thinking about a review, and that is the end of the over. South Africa are 129 for 7. 1 run of Bumrah's 12th. He has taken 5 for 50 as Prasidh Krishna is introduced into the attack. His first over in South Africa's second innings. He the only Indian bowler in the first South African innings to not take a wicket. He is replacing Siraj, and he's coming right arm over the wicket to Markram, who defends this one straight back into the ground towards the bowler, who fields it, and there is no run. Krishna continues, right arm over the wicket, and this one is pulled by Markram down to fine leg for another boundary. Markram moves on to 78. South Africa 133 for 7. Doesn't really get a hold of it, kind of under edges it, but 4 runs are 4 runs. He will not complain about that. And this one again is there to be pulled, and this time Markram gets a hold of it, absolutely mullers it over square leg. That is 6 runs for Aiden Markram. 139 for 7. The lead now 41 for South Africa. That's kind of a pie from Prasidh Krishna. And Markram gets a hold of it and deposits it into the crowd. As the big screen tells us, that's out of here. Yes, indeed, it is. That is his first 6 of the innings. And it is also the first 6 of the innings overall. Apparently, the ball has been lost. And the umpires are running onto the field with replacement balls. As on Cricinfo, the pessimism of the Indian fans is coming through, as someone says that KL Rahul probably dropped the match there. Yeah. I would agree that you shouldn't drop those kinds of chances, no matter the situation of the match. But India are still in a dominant position here. One would think. As we are seeing replays, and apparently that 6 from Markram has actually cleared the stadium, flown over the stands and the sunroofs out into the street. Krishna to Markram, who tries to play a back foot cut, gets an underedge to it, doesn't drag it onto his stumps, and Kohli from first slip comes in, fields it. There is no run. That was a bizarre shot. He was trying a back foot cut, somehow realized it was bouncing too high, jumped and played a kind of aerial back foot cut. Krishna back in, and this one is in the slot for Aiden Markram, and that is another 6, a lofted, very, very straight drive for 6, 145 for 7. The lead by South Africa is now 47. Is there still life in this match? 24s and 2 6s in this innings thus far. Krishna, right arm over the wicket into Markram on his legs, and he clips that away past mid-wicket to the boundary for another 4. And suddenly Markram is motoring along here. He is on 94 of 94 deliveries. South Africa 149 for 7. 20 runs of Prasidh Krishna's first over of South Africa's second innings. The lead has passed 50. It is now 51. And again, a reminder, if you want to get in touch with me or us, you can always use the YouTube chat. You can tweet at me. There is the Twitter handle. Yeah, I'm sorry for having to do this first session alone. We've had an illness. Get well soon, Jess, from here. If this match survives past lunch, which seems ever more likely, we might get an hour of added. As Bumrah is continuing in his 13th over, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rabada, who plays that to cover where it is fielded by Prasidh Krishna. And South Africa bring up their 150 with that single from Rabada, bringing Markram back onto strike. He is another of those 6s away from his century. Bumrah right arm over the wicket to Markram, and this one is played out into the leg side, where mid-on is coming around to field it, and they take no run. This is Prasidh Krishna's second test and his 14th first-class match overall. Maybe he has been called up a bit too early. He, on the other hand, how do you expect him to develop if you don't give him chances? But maybe give him some more Ranji experience. As I think the Ranji Trophy is starting tomorrow, maybe give him a bit more experience there instead of just throwing him into the England series that is coming up for India, which you will be able to follow on Guerrilla Cricket, of course. I do not know if I will plop up on their coverage for this series. If not, fear not, I might be part of the White Line Wireless team for the South Africa women versus Australia women test in Perth, starting on the 15th of February. If we get enough people together to do this one, I will certainly do some commentary for them, as Markram is bringing up his century with consecutive fours of Jasprit Bumrah. Well played, Aiden Markram. The last one is just fended behind point on the offside, and Aiden Markram goes from 98 to 102. Very well played, Aiden Markram, the only man in this match to pass 50 or 100. This is Aiden Markram's 7th Test century, and he extends South Africa's lead to 60. He is probably South Africa's last best hope to set India any kind of target in this match. They will probably need at least another 80, 70 or 80 runs to make any kind of game of it. Anyway, Prasidh Krishna is continuing for his second over of the innings. This time he is bowling to Kagiso Rabada, as we see replays of Aiden Markram's elation as he cuts that one delivery of Bumrah for 4. As Kagiso Rabada survives the first 2 deliveries of Prasidh Krishna's second over. 2 dots though. He is still on strike. Rabada on 2. Markram has 100 more than that. Krishna is staying over the wicket to the left-handed Rabada, who can only defend the third ball into the onside, and there is again no run. All right, let's see. 4 dot balls of the first 4 deliveries of Krishna's over. Yeah, KL Rahul will have something to think about over lunch, as he dropped Aiden Markram on 73 earlier in the session. And it was a relatively straightforward chance as well. Rabada can't manufacture any runs of Krishna here though. 5 dot balls thus far. The partnership is now 47 runs from 33 balls. The South African lead is still 60, as they are 158 for 7. And Krishna comes in for his last delivery. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rabada, who defends this to cover. And there is no run. So South Africa remain on 158 for 7 after 31 overs. This one a maiden from Prasidh Krishna. I think, let me see. No, it's his 3rd maiden in Test cricket thus far. He bowled 2 during the Centurion Test, which was his debut in Test cricket. As India bring back Mohammad Siraj. He is replacing Jasprit Bumrah. Rohit has changed tack a bit. Much more defensive field set for Siraj this time around. There is a fine leg, there is a 3rd man, there is a deep cover, there is a deep mid wicket. There are still slips in, 2 of them, as Markram smashes one out into the offside, but it is fielded. No, it's a 2nd delivery. Sorry. We have long on, mid off, deep cover, deep backward point, deep 3rd, fine leg, and deep mid wicket, as well as slips. That was the 2nd one. It's cut away to point, and Siraj coming back in, right arm over the wicket to Markram, and this one is an on drive, and it runs away to the boundary for another 4 runs. Aiden Markram moving on to 106, the lead 64. And Aiden Markram seems determined to make a game out of it yet. The 8th wicket partnership now is surpassing 51 runs. As Siraj is coming in, and this one is skied high into the air by Aiden Markram. The bat is rotating in his hands as he is attempting a cut here. The ball balloons up into the air, and it is taken by the captain, Rohit Sharma at long off. Very well taken by Rohit Sharma. And Aiden Markram has to depart for 106. He is out caught Rohit, bowled Siraj. And South Africa are 162 for 8. The final recognized batsman of South Africa departs. The lead is 64 runs. And now it should be Nandreborga at 10. Lungi Ngidi then the only wicket left in the shed for South Africa. Is there still a chance? Probably not. India's position from this point on is still very, very dominant. But what are your thoughts? If you want to get in touch with the coverage, you can always use the YouTube chat. You can also use Twitter to tweet at me. That is the Twitter handle. If you want to join the Discord community, if you are even interested maybe in joining the call, use this Twitter handle, write me a DM, and we'll see what we can do. All right. Nandreborga is indeed out at number 10 for South Africa. As Mohammad Siraj is he's staying over the wicket to the left-handed Borga. And there is no run as Borga defends that to point. As we are seeing a couple of replays of that last wicket. Next one is into Borga. This one is a bit shorter. Plays it out into the leg side behind square. But they do not take a run as there is a short leg gobbling that one up. After 32 overs, South Africa are 162 for 8. 4 runs and 1 wicket coming from this Mohammad Siraj over. And looking at this scorecard, Prasidh Krishna is still the only Indian bowler not to take a wicket. He is continuing around the wicket to Rabada, who tries to smash that into the offside, but it is taken at mid-on by Rohit Sharma as he skews that off the toe of the bat. Didn't really get a hold of it. Rohit takes it at mid-off and Rabada has to go for 2. He's out caught Sharma, bowled Prasidh Krishna, who is taking his first wicket in this match in his third over of the innings. South Africa 162 for 9, and that means that Lungi Ngidi is out there in the middle with Nandre Bulgar. The number 10 and 11 are trying to drag South Africa to anything resembling a target for India. Seems a bit unlikely, I have to admit. Let's see if there's anyone on the social medias. Nothing new in the YouTube chat, I think. Oh, wait. Live chat, does that change anything? No, it doesn't. Anyone on Twitter with us? Nope, not yet. As I said, you can always get in touch via the YouTube chat, via the Twitter handle. We also have a Discord server. Just DM me for the Discord. Yeah. Let's see what Ngidi can do here. First one is a single from Prasid Krishna, from Ngidi, bringing Bulgar back onto strike. Ngidi off the mark of his first delivery, so did he make any runs in the first innings? No, he didn't. He was not out though. All right, let's see. Can Prasid Krishna get his twofer here? There have been 15.3 overs bowled in the first session of the second day. 101 runs have been scored, 6 wickets have been taken, and Bulgar is fending at this one that Prasid Krishna delivers right arm around the wicket to him, misses it, it is gobbled up by the keeper, and there is no run. We are back to a very, very attacking field now from Rohit Sharma, which is, I think, absolutely the right decision. There are 3 slips. There is a point. There is a mid-off. And this one is played out to mid-off by Bulgar. There is no run. Bulgar taking strike for the final delivery. Prasid Krishna, right arm around the wicket, and this one is played out to deep third man by Bulgar, and he takes the single, keeping Ngidi off strike. Yeah, the number 10 shielding the number 11 here. After 3 overs, Prasid Krishna has figures of 1 for 22. South Africa are 164 for 9, lead by 66 runs. Both Bulgar and Ngidi are on 1. Let's see who continues. I would guess that Rohit will give Mohammad Siraj another over. Yes, indeed he does. Mohamed Siraj is coming in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is short and on a leg stump line, angling into Burger. Very short though, and he can just duck under that. It is taken by the keeper. There is no run. Lead remains 66. Siraj staying over the wicket, and this one is also, it's outside leg stump, short, bouncing over Bulger, who is ducking again. He's basically squatting and it flies over his bottom or hip. Siraj in, right arm around. This one is much better on a middle and off line. Bouncing middle and off, pitching middle and off, and it is fenced at by Burger, who misses it though. And it goes through to KL Rahul, who's standing very wide of the stumps, to the right arm Siraj, bowling to the left-handed Burger. 3 slips still in place, and this one hits Burger, but it probably pitched outside leg. No appeal, nothing there. Yes, clearly pitching outside leg, hitting him on above the knee roll and bouncing into his stomach. Burger doubles over. Takes strike without much delay though. We have a short leg for Nandre Burger, which is Captain Rohit Sharma. 5th delivery produces just another dot though. Burger on 1, Ngidi on 1. Well, Burger needs a single, otherwise there is the possibility of a full over to Ngidi, and there is an appeal for caught at short leg. This one is this one is bowled very, very leg side. It bounces very high, and Burger tries to guide it down to fine leg. Seems like he gets a handle to it. No, maybe it's his forearm. Rohit Sharma at short leg seems to think so. Decides against the review. The DRS timer ticks down without anyone making the tee. Oh, sorry, this is how Rohit makes the tee. This one was Cook. And we have Prasidh Krishna back into the attack. Ngidi in his sights now. First ball is short and Ngidi evades it. Almost falling over. Next one is guided down to third man from Ngidi, who takes a single actually, bringing Nandre Burger back onto strike. Ngidi now on 2, Burger on 1. I don't know if that was premeditated from Ngidi. Looked a bit ungainly. Doesn't matter. It's a run. The lead is 67. And Burger tries to throw his bat at another Prasidh Krishna right arm around the wicket. Delivery misses it. This one is very full, and he tries to cut it. He swings his bat under the ball though, and it goes through to the keeper. Prasidh Krishna continuing, right arm around the wicket, and this one is defended back to him by Burger, who throws it to mid-off, who furiously shines the ball. There is no run. The lead remains 67. South Africa are 165 for 9. Prasidh with figures of 1 for 23 from 3.4 overs. Burger on 1 and Ngidi, the non-striker, on 2 as Prasidh Krishna continues. And this one is too short, and uppercut above everything. Evades everyone, and it bounces into the boundary rope. That is Nandri Burger's first 4. And it looks like he has decided to have a bit of fun out there. Moves to 5 from 16. 15. 5 from 15. Final delivery of the over. Prasidh Krishna coming in, remains around the wicket, and this one is into Burger's pads, who defends it, and Krishna fields it, and apparently Burger has found fault with his bat, looking at the joint between the blade and the handle. Anyway, South Africa end the 35th over on 169 for 9. 5 runs coming off this Prasidh Krishna over. Nandri Burger on 5 of 16. Lungi Ngidi on 2 of 3. And I would predict that, yes, Ngidi has to face Mohammad Siraj now. This session, 18 overs have been bowled, 107 runs have been scored, and 6 wickets have been taken. As Mohammad Siraj is adjusting his field, three slips a gully, and he is coming right arm over the wicket, and Ngidi placed that one through mid-wicket. Yes, seems like it's through mid-wicket. They seem to be taking a couple. Yes, the lead is now 73. South Africa 171 for 9. Burger on 5 and Ngidi on 4. Siraj coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and Ngidi tries to guide that down between a wide first slip and the keeper maybe. Doesn't matter, he is not getting anything on it. Rahul behind the stumps gathers, and there is no run. Maybe he was trying to guide it between gully and third slip, somewhere around there. And next one is Siraj coming in, right arm over the wicket into Ngidi, who plays inside the line of the ball. It misses his outside edge. And KL Rahul behind the stumps gathers this one as well. There is no run again. Oh, that nibbled back quite a bit. If it had been a bit fuller, Ngidi would have been in trouble, as that passed over the top of middle. Next one, though, is a straight drive from Ngidi, which is fielded by two Indian fielders near the boundary, and South Africa take 3. South Africa 174 for 9. The lead is 76 runs. Bulgar on 5 and Ngidi on 7. Siraj with figures of 1 for 31 after 8.4 overs. Two more deliveries in this Siraj over to come. He is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Bulgar, and this one is short of a length, angling into him, and Bulgar ducks under it, and KL Rahul has a bit of trouble moving fast enough to his right to stop that relatively high bouncer. Anyway, there is no run. The score remains 174 for 9. Final delivery of his over, right arm around the wicket, and this is driven by Bulgar straight to mid-off. He's looking at his bat again. South Africa remain on 174 for 9. The lead is also unchanged. It is 76. And we have about 7 minutes to go until lunch. Should the final South African wicket fall now, I would assume they will be taking an early lunch. As we are seeing the Indian bowling card, pick of the bowlers, of course, Jasprit Bumrah. He has taken 5 for 59 from 13 overs, his ninth fifer in Test cricket, and looks like Captain Rohit Sharma is turning to his angular spearhead, let's put it that way, to blow out the final South African wicket. Prasidh Krishna coming out of the attack, Bumrah coming back in. Yes, he's coming in, right arm over the wicket, and there is a muted appeal for LBW as he bowls to Ngidi. But it's too high on the thigh pad to have any chance. So no one is really appealing for anything here. 7 minutes to go, or 6 minutes to go until lunch on the second day. 3 slips. Bumrah right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped off his pads by Ngidi. and they take a single as it is fielded down at fine leg. Siraj, the fielder there, keeping South Africa to a single. The lead now 77 as they move on to 175 for 9. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, and Borger is fencing at that, misses it, swing and a miss from Borger, but there is no edge, anything close to it. There is no run. Fourth delivery, Bumrah staying around the wicket to the left-handed Borger, who plays this out into the offside. It is fielded by mid-off, who's running around to his right. They take a single. Ngidi is back on to strike. The right-hander. And what will Bumrah do? He is coming right arm over the wicket and gets the edge. And that is the end of Lungi Ngidi. He brings down the bat to a full one and he gets the outside edge and squirts it out to Yashasvi Jaiswal out in the slips. He is out caught. Jaiswal bowled Bumrah for 8. That ends the South African innings, 176 for 10, all out. They lead by 78 runs. Let's go through the scorecard really quickly. The second innings, we had Aiden Markram, Court Sharma bowled Mohammad Siraj 106. Captain Dean Elgar, Court Kohli bowled Mukesh Kumar 12. Tony DeZorzi, caught Rahul, bowled Mukesh Kumar 1. Tristan Stubbs, caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah 1. David Bedingham, caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah 11. Kyle Verreynne, caught Mohammad Siraj, bowled Bumrah 9. Marco Jansen, caught and bowled Bumrah 11. Keshav Maharaj, caught Iyer, bowled Bumrah 3. Kagiso Rabada, caught Sharma, bowled Prasidh Krishna 2. Nandre Borger remains not out 6. And Lungi Ngidi, the last wicket to fall, caught Jaiswal, bowled Bumrah for 8. There were 6 extras and that makes a total of 176 all out. Indian bowling card, pick of the bowlers, of course, Jasprit Bumrah. He took 6 for 61 of 13.5. Mukesh Kumar took 2 for 56 of 10. Mohammad Siraj 1 for 31 of 9. And Prasidh Krishna 1 for 27 of 4. Well, that is lunch on day 2 of the second day. Target for India should now be 79 runs. Join us for the chase in around 40 minutes as they have taken lunch in Cape Town. And thank you very, very much for the attention, for listening to us. Do not forget to like the stream. Really, really helps the channel out. If you are new to the channel and like what you have heard or seen so far, maybe consider subscribing to the channel. You can get in touch with us over the YouTube chat or on Twitter. There is the Twitter handle. And with that, I have to say, see you in a bit, everyone. And I think for the second session, we will also have Adit to join us for at least an hour. Let's see how it turns out. We'll be back for the chase of India in a little bit. See you later. Hello
Hello.
and welcome back, everyone, to the chase in this second test of the India tour of South Africa. And we welcome back Adit. Adit, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I wasn't expecting to come on, but yeah, it seems like a good time with it being just enough of a target for some funny shenanigans to potentially happen. So looking forward to seeing what both teams have in store for us in what will
Yes.
probably be the last session.
Yeah, it will probably be the last session. Either way, a reminder to everyone we are back for the chase of India. South Africa were out once again on the stroke of lunch. We're all out on the stroke of lunch on the second day as they were on the first day. This time they posted a bit more competitive 176 all out after being all out for 55 in the first innings, meaning that India need 79 runs to square the series. Um, we had another fifer in the second innings, this time from Jasprit Bumrah, his ninth in tests overall, and I think it's his third in South Africa. South Africa by far his best stomping ground in terms of fifers. He only has one. He has only one in India. I think he has two in England and two in the West Indies or something like that. I remember seeing that on a graphic over the lunch break. Yes, so looks like the openers for India are out there, and they are Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Let's see. Oh yes, it's Rabada taking the new ball. Yeah. So this match against all odds is still somewhat alive, I would say. As Rabada comes in, and this one is too short, and it is pulled by Jaiswal, I think it was. And it runs around away to the boundary for 4 runs. Good start from India here.
Yes, and alive and not that much longer.
Yes,
If the South African bowlers start like they did yesterday,
that is true. But there is still there
so
is
looking at the score.
yes.
Sorry, looking at the scorecard, as Rabada, oh no, Jaiswal just edged it to second slip and he was put down. So, what do
Yes.
you cricket all around?
Mm. So you were saying
I'm
something.
sorry, Leia. Are you doing ball by ball or shall I?
You can do ball by ball. It's okay. I've done
Okay,
the complete first session, so I'm fine with you doing it.
okay, thank you. Well, okay, so it's a relief for South African viewers that uh was edged, it just fell short of Aiden Markram. So it wasn't a drop. This one is edged through the gullies, and Mark Janssen can't stop that despite his best efforts. And again, races to the boundaries. So India dealing exclusively in fours for the time being. And yes,
Yes, and
no, I was
we
just saying that
yeah.
that the in the first innings, India got to 72 within 14 overs. So will be done in an hour or so, by the
Mm.
looks of it.
Yeah, probably. But the
It's
pitch.
Roberto bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal. That's turned to the leg side. The first non-four. They rush through for a single. It's 9 for none.
Yes,
There.
but the pitch has been misbehaving quite a bit even today. It hasn't flattened out. There is still plenty left in it for the bowlers, and the South African bowling attack is a dangerous one, I would say. They can trouble the Indians. They need to start very soon, but they can.
As soon as, from a South African perspective, this is Roberto's first ball to Rohit Sharma, and it just explodes off the pitch. And I don't know what part of the body that hit Rohit, but I can tell you he's in pain.
Ooh, right on the nipple.
Oh, yikes! Yeah, so that bounced fuller than a good length, and it just steeped up. Goodness. And last ball of Roberto's first over. So Rohit skips down the track and lofts it over the covers, but doesn't get all of it. It's well fielded by Maharaj and restricted to a single. Oh, no, it was two. And so India finished the first over with 11 runs, 68 to go. You reckon they'll get there, right, Leia?
Yeah, I would say so. They might not
Or at
win.
least the favorites.
Yeah, they're favorites, and they might not win by 10 wickets. Something that was well on the cards in the first hour of the first session this morning when they made some quick breakthroughs. But this pitch is hard to bet on, and we welcome back on the YouTube chat Eleanor. Good evening from Australia. Just caught up on this match, and wow, what an interesting. What is it? Over? It's been. Just a second.
Well, Nandri Berger is
One, it's
taking
been.
the new ball this time, and we had Ngiri take the new ball in the first innings, so a change from that one. He is running in, bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal over the wicket, and this is driven straight to Maharaj at point. That's well stopped. It's no run.
Yes.
How many wickets do you reckon India will lose before they chase this down?
They might well lose 3 or 4, I think. I think
Everything is interesting.
three or 4 wickets is well within the ability of this South African attack.
Good to Jaiswal again, and an attempted wild hoik on the leg side gets nothing but fresh air, and no, they're playing like it's the late stages of a T20, which I guess you have to do on this kind of pitch.
Yeah, probably. You probably have to bowl very very limited overs, kind of lines. The target
These
is
variations.
yeah a lot of variations, I think.
Good to Jaiswal again. This one's shorter and just misses Jaiswal's bat as he evades at the very last second, but that's collected by Verena and no run.
Yes, and a reminder to everyone listening, you can get in touch with us on the YouTube chat. You can also use Twitter. There is the Twitter handle. I will be monitoring that. If you want to join the Discord, just shoot me a DM over on Twitter.
Jaiswal faces up to Berger. Left arm over the wicket. And this one's fallen driven and didn't time it the best, but it flies through the covers and it races to the boundary. That's yet another 4. India now moved to 15. And is 64 short of their target. So, Leo, watching the South African second innings, what did Aiden Markram do to everyone else that got him that century?
Aiden Markram really got his eye in. He didn't start recklessly. He accelerated massively during the later stages of his innings.
Berger balls to Jaiswal again. That's good length and defended to the bowler for no run.
I think there was one Bumrah over where he took 20 off him.
Ow.
Brought up his 100
So
with consecutive boundaries, stuff like that.
So Bumrah conceded 61 runs, so a third of those came
Yes.
from one Markham over.
Yeah, something like that.
As last ball of Burgers over to Jaiswal. And this one is on his leg stump. There's a stifled appeal, but obviously going over the stumps. But it hits Jaiswal on his pads. And there's no run, so India 15 for none with 2 overs gone.
Yeah, and I mean,
At this rate, they'll chase this down in the next 20 minutes or so.
and Jaiswal has done a lot better than he did in the first innings, where he was one of 6 Indian ducks.
Yes.
The only reason I'm not counting Mukesh Kumar not in that is because he was not out. But he also didn't make any runs. 4 Indian batsmen scored anything in the first innings.
Rabada into Rohit, and that's very wide outside off, and Jags even further wider outside off, and left alone by Rohit, no run. So for me and everyone else in these in the UTC plus 10 and 11 time zones who were asleep during the 6 for none, I might get you to talk through some highlights of that particular period after this.
Yes.
Got a ball into Rohit, and this one's turned to the leg side. The batters run a single. They think about 2, but Verena goes out to short fine leg to field the ball at 16 for none.
Oh well, there were a few highlights. There was first Jadeja and Bumrah coming in at 7 and 8, got out to Rabada in exactly the same way. They survived the first delivery for a dot, then got a shoulder of the bat to the ball, which looped up to second slip, where it was taken by Janssen on the second delivery they faced, both of them in succession. Then there was a comedy run out of Mohammad Siraj. It was all over the place.
It's Rabada balls to the left-handed Jaiswal again. He's over the wicket, and there's an attempted drive, but he drives it into his pads. No run. How comedic was the run out?
The run out was very, very comedic because Siraj haired off to take a single, despite his batting partner furiously screaming, "No, no, 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 no!" And he was halfway down the pitch.
But into Jaiswal again, and this one is driven through the offside. This one was 100% intentional, 100% full-blooded, and it goes off to the boundary at backward point. India now 20 for none. Jaiswal races set to 17.
Yes, and
59 to go in the target.
Yes, and they were the South Africans didn't even really have to run to field the ball, to get it to a fielder close to the wickets at the non-strikers end, and they didn't run him out, they walked him out.
So the complete opposite to the John T. Rhodes Superman.
Yes.
This one is another cut from Jaiswal, and that goes straight to Dezorzi at point, so no run.
Yes, this was the complete opposite. This was a leisurely stroll out.
This was a Clark Kent run out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, in contrast to the Superman one. Yes, yes, exactly. And but there was still something in the pitch throughout the whole morning session today.
But into Jaiswal again. This one's full outside off, and the fielder at point has decided to stand maybe 10 meters further back from where he was in the previous ball, but manages to stop the ball a little bit more comfortably given the extra distance. They do managed to prevent the run. No, I think they ran the single. But in India 21 for none
Mm.
after 3 overs.
Yes, and as we have just been shown by the broadcaster, India have a 0% win probability, have 0% win, 0% win percentage. This way, 0% win percentage at Newlands. They have played 6,
Ooh.
lost 4, and drawn 2. Um, they might win this one. I have a feeling.
We'll see if your internal WinViz
Mm.
is accurate as Berger continues for his second over. Left arm over the wicket to Jaiswal, who lofts it well over offside, and I couldn't quite see the ball. Did that?
No, it seems to be just 4.
Yes, it hit the boundary on the bounce. As Jaiswal takes a couple of steps back to give himself room, as batters tend to do in 2020. And yes, 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the rope. Berger into Jaiswal again. This time it's turned to the leg side. Much more sensible shot and quick single. Jaiswal is now on 23. And so I was about to mention the Bannerman, but that only counts when everyone who can contribute does contribute. Unfortunately,
Yes.
Aiden Markram was stranded on 60 odd percent in the previous innings.
Mm. Yeah,
And
and I mean this shot by Jaiswal, he stepped so far back that he hit the ball
yes,
outside his leg stump. That's how far he
to the
stepped back
offside.
into the offside. Yes.
Oh. Berger is bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Rohit Sharma now. It's a short ball, and Rohit attempts a hook shot, but the ball evades his bat, and there's no run. Good short ball.
Mm. That almost looked like he might have got something onto that. It was very close, I think.
Oh yeah, that's kind of the gold standard for short bowling. It
Mm.
has to be to make the batter not know what to do, as this one is just defended back to the bowler. A run.
As we are seeing a graph of the average speeds, and Bulgar is definitely the fastest bowler in this match, even though Prasid Krishna has a higher average speed.
Burger into which again, and this is another attempted hook shot. This time, the ball evades even Carl Verena, and that's been given as wide. So India are 5 closer to target now, 31 for none. That's 48 to go.
Yes, and you can't do that in a situation where your opponent's target is a mere 79.
So unsurprisingly, there have been websites from uh, uh, uh as Burger into Rohit again, and this time it's hooked to the leg side, not timed at all, but reaches the sweeper at deep square leg for a single. India 32 for none. Yeah, unsurprisingly, there's the cricket websites are publishing stats about the shortest completed Test matches. Apparently, the shortest one is 109.2 overs, and in I might ask you to do some sums. How many overs we're on now?
Okay, I will do that.
As Berger is preparing to the last ball of his second over. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. And this one is short back of the length. Jaiswal tries to cut the ball but misses. No run. So it's 32 for none for India. 45 to go in their
56.
target. And yes, Leia?
That's 50, 57, 93. We are at 90, around 97, almost 100 now.
So this looks to be like a show-in, right? Because there needs to be India needs to chase in uh, in 12 overs or less, or South Africa can take all 10 wickets in 12 overs or less. Either way, this looks like a record that will be broken. As Rabada continues to Rohit, he's over the wicket, and a defensive prod flies to Gully. Janssen misfields a little and gives enough time for the openers to run a single. India 33 for none.
Yes, and there was also a stat that in this match, the second most wickets have fallen on day one ever with 23. I think there's only one test with more wickets, with more damage done on the first day, and that was in 1902 in Melbourne between Australia and England, where one wicket more fell.
As Rabada bowls around the wicket to Jaiswal, who again flashes into the offside. And this one is fielded by Tristan Stubbs at the backward point for a single. Jaiswal onto 24. I do wonder with the games happening like pre 1950, pre 1960, how many balls there were in the overs.
True.
Yeah, I think that might be a little bit hard to check in game. As Roberto bowls to Rohit again, and there's a shout for LB. The batter scamper through for a single, and the decision from Asan Raza is not out. Roberto seems to be very keen, but nobody else is. I think I was going to be well over the top. I also think that my internal Hawkeye was, not very Hawkeyed from yesterday. As my browser crashes, so Leia, if you can.
Yeah, okay.
explore,
So there are a few calibration problems, but the fourth delivery of Rabada's third over to Jaiswal is played and missed. There is no run. Jaiswal remains on 24. Rohit is on 6. Rabada has figures of none for 20 thus far, and he is coming in for the fifth delivery of his over. And this one is an attempt at a drive, more strength than technique or timing. And it is stopped at mid-on. There is still no run.
So Leia, what do you think of pitches like this? Like should they be rated as below average or certainly or probably not dangerous, as Rabada is bowling all of his over, and this is drawing a full shot, flies off to Gully for no run. So India 35 for none.
I mean, I was talking about this earlier this morning, and I said that well, of course, if you produce a pitch for your home team that is very tailored towards your home team, like in South Africa, you do a green mamba, or in India you do a dust bowl that is a raging turner from day one, and the home team demolishes the opposition. Of course, everyone is talking about pitch doctoring, but if your home curators produce an extreme pitch that your home team fails on, I mean, can you really call it cheating, pitch doctoring, stuff like that? I think that's a sporting pitch.
Roger continues to Rohit, who flashes at this one, and while Rohit was attempting a slog over long off, he ends up slogging over deep third. Either way, it goes to the boundary for 4 runs.
And India
India
are
now
almost
on.
halfway there. Almost halfway there.
Yes. And I suppose the pitch ratings isn't necessarily whether it's doctored or not, or cheating or not, uh, as Burger kind of Rohit is the one who pulls out
Mm.
for reasons that I can't quite see, but there's rubbing the ball at the top of his mark and is bowling now into Rohit, and that's way too far outside leg. That's a good effort by Verena to stop the ball from racing to the boundary again. The batters go through for a single by. It was way too far outside leg. But yeah, with the pitch stuff, I think the main concern should be like player safety. So if
Mm.
it's so it should only be penalized if it's actually dangerous. I know some people get pressures about whether or not the pitch makes for good cricket, which yeah. So I think an example like the Rawalpindi pitch in 2022 uh, would be one that is boring as
Yes.
hell and probably shouldn't be made. Uh, as this one is driven by Jaiswal, slogged over long off. This time it does go to the long off boundary. It's 4 runs, and India are well over halfway now, 44 for none, 35 to go on the target. And
I
what we're
mean,
seeing a replay of the missed hook shot. No, it doesn't hit the bat.
no, absolutely
For the
not.
record, Raina did drop that. But you were saying that?
Yes, I mean, you can say a lot about this pitch, um, and you can fault it for producing a 2-day test match, but you can't fault it for not producing entertaining cricket.
Well, that ball was certainly entertaining. From Berger itself, it was back of the length and aerially by Jaiswal, and in the motion of his shot, he does fall over. He very nearly knocks his own stumps, and more importantly, the ball flies to the fielder at deep backward square leg where it is swallowed up. And so a wicket does fall, and Jaiswal's right pad was millimeters from taking out his off stump. But either way, uh, whether he was out hit wicket or caught by Tristan Stubbs in the deep, he is out for 28. So India are now 44 for one.
Yes, yes, and I mean, you can fault it for producing a 2-day test, but you can't fault it for not producing entertaining cricket. It was
Yes.
absolute madness. The last session of the first day was very very entertaining. Um, the early morning session was also very entertaining here in on this second day, and um, Aiden Markram showed that you can bat on this pitch against a very, very good attack. He made a century. He is the only player thus far to cross 50, let alone 100 in this match.
Mm. And will be because there's only 35 runs to go.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's also true. Of course, I would have liked the game to last a bit longer.
Burger into Shubman Gill, his left arm over the wicket, ball into the right hander, and Gill prods it to the offside for no run. I suppose there are also people who rate pitches. Oh no! So his pad does Jaiswal's pad does brush against the stump, but
It
but
doesn't
it,
dislodge the
it just
bails.
manages to wobble his off stump, but doesn't dislodge any of the bails or the stumps itself.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's stuff like that. Stuff like that. It's entertaining. You
Yes,
you you, you watch it
magic.
and you think, what's going on here? What's happening next?
Yeah. Yes. So the last ball of Burger's over was a bouncer, which Gill leaves well alone. India 44 for one. Well, yeah, I suppose when some people talk about pitches, they criticize this as like it's not allowing the batters to apply their skills. It's turning the matches into lotteries, and
Mm.
uh, and I mean I'm not the most astute viewer of cricket, so can't really tell the difference between good technique and bad technique at the best of times. So it's kind of all the same. Well, it's not all the same, but I don't really care about it as much as this one from Rabada into Rohit. Is another one that Rohit misses and hits his pad for no run. Um, do you have any thoughts on
I
that kind
mean,
of analysis there?
well, I think it's really, it really depends on the match. There are some matches I remember in 2018 there was a match. Um,
This one is wide outside off and left alone from Rohit. No run.
there was a match. It was also on an Indian tour of South Africa. It was in, I don't know where was it? Was it Pretoria? Was it Centurion? Something like that. Uh, it was a pitch that was borderline dangerous, and the umpires after the Indians batted, uh, or after the
Rabada into
first,
Rohit and turned off his hips to the leg side for a single.
and the Indians were hopping around while out there batting, and after the conclusion, I think, of the first innings, the umpires offered the Indians to abandon the match, and the South Africans said,
Did
"Okay,
they take
come."
it?
And no, no, no. Exactly. The Indians said no, 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 no. We batted on this pitch. I think Pujara was on naught for 50 deliveries or stuff like that.
Wow. This one is on a good length from Roberta and defended by Gill to the offside for no run.
And they were offered to abandon the match on the basis that the pitch was borderline dangerous, and they said no, and they won that match. And it was not that long, that match, but it was really fascinating because there were innings in there like Pujara, who was out there for over 100 deliveries, 50 of those or not.
Roberta to Gill again. This one's driven straight to mid-off. No run.
I think Kohli
So,
also contributed, and yeah, and I think you see that those innings, this tenacity that batsmen can show, and you see that um, they really value their wicket, and I think we need to change that mindset a bit.
Roberta into Gill again. This one's back of the length and left alone at the last second. Yeah, good, a better length this time from Roberta. But that's no run. India 45 for one. The 34 runs to go to their target.
Mm. Or I think during the last time England were in India, there was, I think it was
Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad, yes, where only Rohit Sharma could make runs. He made 160 though.
Yeah, and I suppose if we see Test cricket as like the test of the player's abilities, as Berger continues to rohit, and that's left alone outside off in the run, then well, we don't want to see pitches like this every game, or pitches like Ahmedabad or Brisbane last year, Australia versus South Africa, every single match. But every now and then, this is one way to test the ability of the players.
Yes, and there we see the graphic for the most wickets on day one. It was 25. I'm sorry, I said 24, I think. And it is in Melbourne in 1902, but they scored only 221 runs, and yesterday they scored 270 runs combined.
This one hits Rohit outside his leg stump. He nurdles it short fine leg, where it's fielded by Verena, the keeper. The batters run a single. Rohit moves to 11. India now on 46 for 1.
Yeah, I don't like this complaining about this pitch. Is there's too much turn, there's too much seam movement. Um, After the first day, people were saying that Kohli showed that you can play on this pitch, and during the second day, Markram showed that you need to apply yourself, but then you can score runs here.
This one's full on Gill's off stump and it's driven through the covers, fielded by Kristen Stubbs before it reaches the boundary. Settled for 2. India now 48 for 1. Yeah, and I suppose there was a lot of this discourse when Australia toured India in
Yes.
2023, and I suppose the first 3 games of that series were when all 3 of those pitches were ranked turners, and the third test, Australia basically only won because it was such a ranked turner that it brought the inferior spinners into the game. As Berger this time bowls full to Gill on the stumps, and this is driven straight down the ground and goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. India now 52 for 1. Gill moves to 6. A mere 27 runs to go.
Yeah, but I find it interesting that the people or the commentators go to criticizing the curators first before saying, okay, this player or that player has shown that you can make runs on these pitches. Why do the other players not do what that player does?
Yeah, it's burden of proof. And well, as Berger is switching to around the wicket to the right-handed Shubman Gill, that's good length on Gill's off stump and defended to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I think that yes, of course, there are commercial interests involved. I can understand that you want to sell 5 days of programming to the advertisers, sure. And if there are too many tests that are decided inside of 2 days, inevitably the advertising rates will come down.
Berger into Gill this time. This stays low, and it also evades Gill's outside edge. But it's collected by Verena on the bounce. That's the end of the over. India 52 for 1. You can also go the other way.
And the hammer is coming out again.
Yes.
They were hammering down the landing area of the bowlers earlier in the session. He's off again. Was very funny. They sent for the groundsman. The groundsman came out with the hammer and hammering down on the pitch. And then the Indian bowlers said to the groundsman, "No, give me the hammer. I'll do it. I know what needs to be done." And they were hammering down. And all the time, Rohit Sharma was standing next to the bowlers and saying, come on, get on with it now. Just keep bowling."
Speaking of Rohit, he makes a lot of room well outside his leg stump, and he lofts it to the boundary at third, where it's collected by the fielder in the deep. I think it gets to him on the bounce. It would have been hard to judge the flight of that. Yeah, there was quite some ground to cover for the fielder at deep third, David Bettingham.
Yeah.
And he does get hands to it. It would technically count as a drop. And Rabada's not happy with that, but
absolutely
would
not.
Rabada into Rohit again. No, this is Gill, and this time Gill crunches this through the covers for 4 runs. So India now on 57 for 1, just 22 short of their target.
Yes, but I think I think there have been some relatively dangerous shots by the Indian batsmen thus far in the innings.
But into Gill again, and this time it's clean bowled. It's right through the gate. Gill tries to defend on the back foot, but the ball stays low. Uh, Ball goes through to, well, I assume is middle stump
Mm.
in India, 57 for 2, and 22 runs short of the target, so not in any danger yet.
Well, they
We're
might lose
reaching
another
the
6 for none.
yes. At which point they still have 2 wickets in hand.
And still need 22 runs.
That's true. Well, I suppose it depends which of India's batters fall in that case.
Yeah, I mean, someone on Twitter, I think Cricketing View, made a joke that the South African bowlers are only 6 balls away from Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes, it is literally true. Oh no, so Gill does bottom edge it, but the ball keeps so low,
Mm.
barely reaches shin height for Gill, and the ball's bottom edged on the bounce to the stumps, which brings Virat Kohli in. Kohli, who was the top scorer in the innings, in India's first innings, with 46. We would expect him to calmly guide India to victory, but strange things have happened in this match.
Oh, yes.
Rabada running into Kohli, who steps down the wicket and defends it back to the bowler for no run.
Yes, very strange things have happened in this match, and I mean, Kohli is definitely one of those Indian batsmen that can now say, okay, let's play this safe. I want the red inker for my average.
Yes. As Rabada bowls to Kohli again, and this time it's dabbed to the offside, well wide of any fielders at cover, and they run a quick single. It's good running. India 58 for 2.
Yeah, Kohli can be a bit like an aesthetically pleasing Jeffrey Boycott in that regard. But what about me average?
Kohli does care about his stats,
Yes,
especially
he does.
his hundreds column.
Mm.
As Rabada, this time bowling to Rohit, and just beats Rohit's outside edge. There's a little bit of enthusiasm by Verena, and the slip's caught in, and they go out for a review.
I didn't see Elgar making the tee, but the umpire is signaling the video review, the DRS review. Have they? Who has asked for that?
I can't tell.
Me neither.
Oh no, that looks like daylight. It looks like it's gone nowhere near the bat.
Let's see.
There's ultra edge, flat line, past the bat. Yep, huge gap.
Yeah, looks like
I hope.
looks like South Africa reviewed that. They are listed as having lost the review.
As they should. It was probably so bad that they should have lost another one. But
yes, now I'm seeing it. Yeah.
I suppose there's not that much time to be spending them. India 21 short of their target.
That's true as well. That is true as well.
Yeah, it would be handy if India were to lose, another 5 or 6 wickets in quick succession. Maybe not for none. I think the ideal scenario would be if they were 8 down with, let's say, 10 to chase, as Janssen comes into the attack. Ball into Virat Kohli, his left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, and Kohli leaves that alone on the offside. I'm reminded of the first test of the Ashes series last year, where Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon chased down 70 runs or whatever it was at Edgbaston,
Mm.
and that was so thrilling to the very end. And
Yeah, yeah, it was. It was almost like that second miracle at Edgbaston. That was also pretty good. But I think the best one in that regard came in 2019 when Kusal Pereira
yes,
beat when Sri Lanka beat South
beat
Africa
South
by
Africa.
one wicket with a massive 11th wicket partnership.
As Nelson bowls a bouncer, which Kohli ducks under for no run, and he is now at the top of his mark again. Left arm over the wicket to Virat Kohli, Fuller, and maybe a chance at a cotton ball. Janssen gets fingertips to it,
Mm.
and it'll be very interesting if you if a few of the shots weren't so difficult to catch. But, we're seeing a replay, and yes, that was definitely a caught and bowled opportunity. Yes, even Janssen's humongous arms couldn't have reached that.
Bumrah took a very good cotton bolt earlier in the day.
Yes, that was one I saw, and this one is turned by Kohli off his hips to the fine leg boundary. So it's 4 runs in the 63 for 2, 16 short of their target. It's just one of those days, right, where for Bumrah, like everything sticks. All the decisions are going his way. That's just what happens sometimes to players. It's your day, everything goes your way. And then like Siraj yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, in the second innings, Bumrah didn't really have anyone LBW. There were one caught behind, two caught behind, one caught and bowled, another caught, and another caught. They were all caught in the field or behind.
All by himself.
All by himself.
As this one is glanced to the leg side for a single, India 64 for 2, 15 runs to win.
Yes, but there was no wicket for Bumrah that really relied on the umpires in terms of decisions that could be reviewed really.
And no low catches. Thankfully
There
for
were
them.
low catches, but they were clearly out. They were clearly out. They were very clean catches. And no one was doubting them. No one.
Rohit attempts a defensive shot this time, but the ball just beats his outside edge. No run.
Let's see if we do have any more social media. Nope, I don't think so.
Johnson into Rohit again. This time it's lofted out over mid-off, and the ball gets to the boundary on the bounce. Lovely shot by Rohit. They are now 68 for 2. They are 11 runs short of their target. I feel like if you have Rohit and Virat Kohli in at this stage of the game, it should just be the senior pros icing it.
Yeah, but I mean they should win it, but there will be casualties. It's not as one-sided as it looked after the first innings from South Africa.
Yes. Rabada into Virat Kohli, who turns it off his pads to a single. Kohli races down the pitch, uh, perhaps looking for two, but it's fielded well enough. And India now 69 for two.
Yes, 69 for 2. The target is 10 away. I think this one is...
Rabada into Rohit, and this one's defended to the offside for no run. I don't know if you were listening at the time, but I suggest of my theory as to why South Africa have been playing terribly in this game after playing so well in the first one, and it's that Dean Elgar, who is captaining in this game, uh, and this is his last Test match. He had media commitments to the game. Rabada is bowling to Rohit again, who hoiks it so high in the air. Tony Dezors, he has an eternity, and he drops it. Oh, he drops it at backward point. Rabada doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't even... None of the batters do run a single. There's some very faint-hearted high fives of comfort from Janssen. Yeah, this was funny cricket all round. But what I was going to say, Leia, was in this press conference of Dean Elgar, he basically says, I'm all about series wins. I've never played in the World Cup, but winning the series, this is my World Cup. As Virat Kohli dances down the track and misses a run. So do you see where I'm going with this?
Yes. I'm not going to use the C word.
Capitulate.
Yes. No, that other C word. Let me just have a look for our South African listeners. Let me have a look. I have a picture here somewhere.
As we wait for that, that errant slug from Rohit went 40 meters in the air, as this one was not an errant shot at all. It was Virat Kohli dancing down the track and just pushing the ball through the mid-wicket region to the boundary. So India now 74 for 2, just one hit away from their target.
Details. Yes.
As Leia is still looking for that picture. And well, this would be a good time for a 6 for none, as Rabada is bowling to Virat Kohli, who is unfortunately not making that happen. I say unfortunately in the comedy cricket sense, because yes, India with 2 wickets in hand and 4 runs to win would be quite fun. But it does look like it will be a comfortable win for the touring team.
Oh yes.
There's a lot of split jerseys. It's half South Africa, half India.
Yes, of course. There's a very big diaspora in
Yes,
in South Africa.
Kohli is facing up to Marco Jansen, left arm over the wicket, and an attempted hit on the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind. The umpire is unmoved, and Dane Elgar is reviewing. And there's only 4 runs to go. You might as well use them. Spend them while you got them.
I'm very sorry, South African fans.
Just generally, or
no?
Anything specific?
People that watch the YouTube feed will know why I'm very, very sorry. I've posted a photo relating to the C word.
I need to look this up.
I think I did it on. I either did it on Gorilla
Oh,
Cricket or I did it on White Line Wireless as well. Send it in
the
somewhere.
there have been some squiggles on Ultra Edge that align with frames that as the ball is passing through Virat Kohli's gloves, and the decision is overturned. Kohli is out, 75 for three. We will have to see how many wickets in a row this precipitates. But
Yes, but
for the meantime, India are 75 for three.
yes, and I said they will lose. They will lose wickets, and they will lose at least 3 until before they win this.
Yes, you're bang on. And yeah, sir, I am seeing what you posted. This is the BDSM portion of South Africa's cricketing history.
It's not strictly BDSM. I think it's basically just jewelry. Some of it.
Yes,
Some of it.
fancy jewelry. Shreyas Iyer was 29 years old. I was expecting him to be younger than that, same age as me, and is coming in at number 5, hoping to ice the game, facing up to Marco Janssen. And this one is a missed leg glance, and there was some thoughts of appealing for LBW, but it did look like it was going to go over.
Well, yeah, but Aya keeps his chances of making this one match a memorable one for him alive by keeping alive the possibility of a pair.
Listen to Iyer again, and this time it's defended. He doesn't break the duck yet.
Yes,
Claire?
as he was one of the 6 ducks in the Indian innings. Did not score anything. He's picking.
I don't know if you've heard Jeff Lemon's ode to Sean Marsh, but
yes,
yes.
Is it?
Yeah, in it he says, like a marsh, you are vast, unknowable, full of ducks.
Is it?
Johnson balls to Iyer again. This time it's a short ball. I don't know if that was an edge, but Verena was just able to parry that before it goes over his head. Well played either way.
Is that that ode to Sean Marsh? Is that from? That's the one from the Maxwell special of the Final Word, isn't it?
I don't know which one it was, but it was definitely from a Final Word live show.
Yeah, there's at least there's one special about the career of Glenn Maxwell thus far.
This one is popping up from very high on Shreyas Iyer's bat. It would have been gobbled up by a regulation silly point, but very silly for South Africa not to have a silly point. Just have fielders around the bat at this stage, surely.
Yeah, you should probably have one.
But yes, Jeff was definitely showing his wares as a spoken word poet with appropriate accompaniment.
Janssen and
comes into Shreyas Iyer again, makes a lot of room, but can only go as far as mid-off. So Iyer has yet to break his duck. India is still 75 for 3, with 4 runs to go. Yes, Leah?
Yeah, this.
No, it's a no ball. So India 76 for 3, and Janssen will have to bowl one again. Sorry, Leah?
Yes, that drop by Verena reminds me very much of the drop by Rahul, the Markram drop, because he also had Kohli at first slip, and he got one hand to it, and it popped out, and Kohli was also trying to make the relay cage happen, and was also just 10 centimeters short of dismissing Markram with the relay catch off the keeper's gloves.
Well, Aya breaks his duck with a lofted drive over long on, which reaches the boundary for 4 runs, and that wins the game for India.
That's it.
India are now 80 for 3. They win by 7 wickets in an action-packed 4.5 sessions.
Yes.
What do you make of that, Leia?
Well, it was most certainly a very, very entertaining test match. There was plenty of action, plenty of wickets. The thing is, I really like it when the bowler is in the match all the time. If the batsman doesn't have that much of an advantage. If there is an imbalance between bat and ball, I prefer it to be in favor of the ball.
Yes.
So that was a very entertaining match. There were good individual performances in there. Not just Markram's century, but also Kohli's 46 in the first innings. There was good bowling by Bumrah as well as by Siraj. There was the South African bowlers were a bit unlucky, each of them taking 3 wickets. So no fifers for South Africa there. But overall it was an entertaining match. The problem is that it is done inside of 2 days, and people will start clamoring for the curator to be, I don't know, lynched, because that obviously now means that the ICC will start scheduling 2-match, 2-day test series, which will not happen. No, this was a wild match, and once in a while, such a wild match is absolutely welcome distraction, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, that's kind of the beauty of Test cricket. It has as many aspects of players' techniques and temperament as possible, and this is but one.
Yes.
And it's in a way that differed to the first test, where Dean Elgar just absolutely ground the Indian bowlers into the dirt.
In summary, I can say that the Indian bowlers this time around executed their plans much better than they did in Centurion in the first test, where there was too much inconsistency on the part of the Indian bowling attack. Even if the plans had been good, the execution wasn't. So that broke India's back in the first test.
The initial first spell from Mohammad Siraj was just absolute pure fiery fast bowling. Balls moving everywhere. South Africans didn't know what to do.
Yes, exactly. And the final spell from Rabada during India's innings was also very good. He took I think he took 3 wickets. He came on to bowl. He didn't take a wicket all innings long, and then he took 3 in quick succession, including the final one, and it was all over for India. So it was a roller coaster, up and down, all you want in a test match.
Who is your pick for player of the match?
my pick for player of the match is probably Mohamed Siraj. I think he was the most impactful player in the context of the match, because his first innings bowling really gave India. They gave it.
Cracked the game wide open.
Yes. No. It gave India insurance, because without Mohamed Siraj, South Africa might make a more competitive total in the first innings, and the impact of those 6 wickets for no runs would have been much bigger. So I think he gave them insurance in the way that this collapse did not really put them behind in the game. Of course, I think player of the match will be, the official player of the match will be Aiden Markram for his century. The only player to reach 50 and then to make a ton. I think they will give it to him.
I think they'll give it to Bumrah just because he took 1 more wicket overall in the game compared to Siraj. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the player of the match should be the most influential player in the match, and that includes the context of where the game is at the time, and him taking 6 for nothing in absolutely no time at all. That was the one that set the tone for the game.
I think that was really a really impactful spell from, or first innings from him. I'll just run through the scorecard for South Africa, for India's second innings, as I ran through the South African scorecard shortly before lunch. So India in their second innings were set a target of 79 runs by South Africa, and they went about it with gusto. Yashasvi Jaiswal was caught stubs, bowled Burger for 28. Rohit Sharma, the captain, remains not out on 17. Shubman Gill bowled Rabada for 10. Virat Kohli caught Varane, bowled Jansen for 12. Shreyas Iyer, the other batsman that remains not out, 4. There were 9 extras, and that makes a total of 80 for 3, meaning India won by 7 wickets. The bowling card. South Africa used 3 bowlers. Each of them took a wicket. Rabada 1 for 34 from 6. Nandre Borger 29 from 1 for 29 from 4, and Marco Jansen 1 for 15 from 2. I think that concludes. Well, actually, that is the end of the first test we have ever broadcast on this channel. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Of course, thank you, Adit, for joining me here, and Jess for joining us. Thank you very, very much. We will see what series to cover next on this channel. We won't do. I won't do the England tour of India, because that will be on Guerrilla Cricket. I guess if we can get enough people together on White Line Wireless, I will join the commentary for the South Africa women in Perth against the Australian women, the test, which starts on the 15th of February, and from there we will probably see what smaller series that are not that widely covered are coming up. If you want to get in touch with the team, everyone, or if you are interested in joining the team, check out the Twitter, shoot me a DM, and we'll see how that works out.
There's a last-minute message on YouTube from Brian in Brisbane. Just back to find the game over. Thanks to you all for the great coverage. Well, you're more than welcome, Brian. I'm sorry the players couldn't have held out. For you to catch the dying moments, but that is how Test cricket goes sometimes. And yeah, thank you very much, Leah, for hosting this. I didn't realize this was the first time we were doing a test match. I feel very honored to be a part of it. I absolutely had a great time, and obviously we had a fantastic match that was over too soon.
Yes, it was. Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Well, you will if you want to keep in touch or want to be notified if anything happens on this channel, you can always subscribe and activate notifications. That might help. There will be content coming up. I have something planned, another interview with a relatively prominent figure from alternative cricket media, if you want, like I did with Anindo. That is in the planning stages, an interview. I'm not spoiling the fun of or the surprise who it is, but there's someone on the radar, and I already have yes, his he already agreed to do the interview. We are just working on a date. So yeah, if you're
just a question on that layer. You, me and Jess were talking off air about an online game of Sloggers and Sledges, which is Dan Liebke's Dungeons and Dragons cricket equivalent. Do you have any thoughts on making a podcast episode out of that?
I will do a podcast episode, make a podcast episode out of that. And if you are interested to join that podcast episode, I will actually do 3, because I also have a German language nerd podcast about role-playing games and stuff like that. So this being a role-playing game, I will have to do one episode for the cricket podcast from the perspective of a cricket fan that also likes role-playing games. I will have to do one episode of the nerd podcast from the perspective of a nerd that also likes cricket.
Yes.
And then I will need to do one maybe with a panel with you and Jess in English about it.
Well, yes, sir. If I were to be involved, I would be coming from a cricket fan who has little, if any, experience with role-playing games.
Okay. Yeah, we will work something out for that one. Absolutely. That would be good fun. It's because it's a really funny game. It's a really funny game.
Is a standard for Dan Liebke?
Yes. He's a really funny guy. Guess I'll have to ask him as well about an interview.
Oh, sir, I thought he was going to be your interview guest.
No, he's not. He's not going to be the interview guest, but he's not that far off, and I think you know who I'm talking about now.
Sure. Got it. Maybe. Anyway.
All right.
Yes. This was very much fun, and look forward to calling with you soon.
Yes, absolutely. Absolute pleasure. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in, and we will see you very soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.